Hello, hello. Welcome back to some Stationeers, my friends. All right, let me get this music started. And let's talk about what the plan is for today. Let me pop this open. Okay, so today, well, let me start by saying what I did off stream, and then we'll talk about what we're getting into today. First, we things that I did. I enclosed our solar panels finally, so now when storms come through, I don't have to keep repairing the solar panels, which is so nice. I was putting that off for a long time, and every time I put something off for the future, and then I finally do it, I'm always wondering, why did I put that off for so long? And then I also finished setting up the advanced furnace. Last stream, we laid down almost all of the components, just not any of the electrical stuff. So I finished wiring everything up, labeled everything, and got it all working. And it is a treat. In fact, because I got the advanced furnace working, we now have, let's take a look here. We have some of the advanced ingots, and I'm feeling pretty good about it. The only one we don't have is Hastalloy, but we'll get into that in a minute. Okay, going back to the to-do list. So what I want to work on today primarily is the power station, because we are running out of power, and any additional expansions I want to do on the base are going to require me to have more power to sustain it. I want to, like, subsections of that, I want to set up a thing with the IC10 programming that if our batteries are below a certain percentage, then it will start up the coal burner, and it will set that up. I want to make solar panels that I actually don't have to cover in glass. They are storm resistant. I just don't know what the material component is and if that's worth it. But I imagine it would be. And see what else. Yeah, wind turbines, more storage. I want to work on the greenhouse airlock, set it up on its own APC. And then I have this idea that I want to try with my furnace. And we will see how that goes. All right. Well, if that is the case, we have Boo O'Reilly. Good day, mate. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah. Let's go ahead and get into it. Right now, the situation that I find myself in is I'm waiting for our base to cool down. One of those things I also what's up, Flop? One of the other things that I put off for a while was setting up an AC in here, and so now I'm trying to pump the air up into a pipe that has 3 radiators on it over there, and then coming back in these passive vents. We'll see how effective that is at doing the job. But yeah, it is toasty in here for sure. And my hydration is critical, so gotta take off the helmet to do that. I mean, I don't think I'll take a ton of damage.
Temperature high.
Yeah, we'll take a little bit, but not a ton. So, for the size of this room, I am curious as to how long it might take to get this thing going. Happy to eat dinner with a good show for once. Oh, well. Happy to hear that. Oh, some other changes made to the base. I guess while I'm waiting for this to cool down, I'll just kind of walk you through some of the stuff that we got. So obviously, still haven't moved the shower, but we have a floor now, and I painted it and everything. It looks kind of nice. I want to start doing some stuff with the walls, maybe cover up the wires. But yeah, things are kind of coming together up here. And then let's head up to the top up here. Oh, I also made 2 nuclear batteries. These take forever to charge, but with our big boy alloys now, we can start making better stuff. And then up here, like I said, power isn't super great. Up here, we had set all this stuff up last time. But if you come up to the top here, I have this red fuel tank. We have our volatile and our oxygen going into this fuel mixer, which for some reason is acting strange right now. I wonder if I need to reset these since I loaded up. I don't know what the deal is with that. But let's put my, yeah, it's supposed to be a 66% volatile, 61% oxygen. I don't know why that seems to be messed up right now, but I won't worry about it right this second. And here's our advanced furnace. We have our inlet there, outlet over here. This is, I linked this in the description, by the way. I did not invent this whole setup. This was a tutorial that I watched, and you can get the same tutorial in the link in the description on how to set up a really pretty, I wouldn't say simple, but pretty nice advanced furnace setup to where you don't have to worry as much. Like, it'll kind of just do it for you. The way it works is you put in your ingots, or excuse me, your ores in here, and then you just hit this dial, and then you cycle to whatever the thing is that you want to make, and then once you have the stuff in there and you cycle to whatever it is, you just hit the button, and then it will start pulling in fuel and or coolant and or getting rid of stuff up this very, very long chimney. The reason it's so big, I've expanded it twice now, is because when the furnace is running and it needs to let off gas, it'll throw out like a flamethrower. So that's pretty high up there for safety reasons. Yeah. What else? Oh yeah, I said we encased those, which is nice. We have lots of potatoes. Yeah. It's funny, the amount of work that went into like getting all this stuff set up, and then now I just come up here and be like, so there's that. It's kind of funny. But there's that, and that's the end of that story. I still am curious as to why this is the way that it is. That being said, I'm actually out of gold. So I'm going to show you right now how this system works, if it will let me. I don't think I messed it up so bad. The fuel thing is kind of throwing me, but let's try it. So throw the gold in there. We'll do 100, and then oh, there we go, gold. So right now we're at pretty minimal pressure and pretty minimal temperature. It's going up right now just because I put the gold in there, and now it's like letting off gas. But if I hit this confirm button, which I should spray paint red, it should get us to the temperature and pressure that we need for gold. And then it will just spit it out, which gold isn't very difficult to do, but it is just nice that all I have to do is hit a button and then it'll just do it. With all of this done, you did not have the power outage. Yes. Yeah, it's true. I didn't run out. I mean, mainly because whenever the power went really low, I would just put in coal. Cuz I went on a mining trip and got like I mean, I've actually smelted a ton, but I still have quite a bit of stuff in here. And so yeah, I would just throw coal in to try to avoid power outages. But it would be nice to really not have to worry about power because we're kind of right now at the limit, and it seems if we want to expand, we're gonna need more. I love how I was like, look at this, it's gonna be so nice and automatic, and then it didn't shoot it out. That's pretty funny. Gold. Yeah, it should be. I wonder if this system. I think I remember reading something about like the really simple ore. It might not automatically spit it out, so that way you can have like huge amounts of it. But either way. I was more thinking about, I heard about the damage done by the snowstorm. No. Where I'm at, we didn't end up having huge power outages. I will say there is icy snow. Like, it's like concrete. So the snow plows are doing the best that they can to clear areas. And a lot of like the major roads are clear, but a lot of neighborhoods are not, and so driving around is not super great right now. Fortunately, I have a car with 4-wheel drive, so yeah, I have a truck, so the truck doesn't hurt too bad through it. But yeah, like I had to drive my mom around the other day because she couldn't get out of her neighborhood and she needed to go shopping. And I'm sure I'm on call for if my other family members need help. Okay. How are we doing? It somehow got hotter. It's hotter now than it was when I started, and I have these radiators outside. I think is the sun heating it faster than those radiators can cool it? That isn't great. Maybe one thing we can do, just to help out in this situation, is to... Well, one way you can cool something off is by throwing ice in there. And we have... we're at 76 kPa. So I can just throw some ice in here, cool it down a bit, and get our pressure a little bit higher. I'll probably do both, honestly, with how big this room is. That's not great. And that ice did hardly anything to help us with the pressure. Okay. Maybe the solution I need to implement is more than just a little two active vents and a couple radiators. I might need to actually look into like air conditioning. Mavin is live, yay! What's up, Nug? We are currently really overheated in this place. I can't take my suit off, which is a bummer. So connect it to radiators. The unit has 3 pipe input, output, and waste. Gas fed into the input will be heated or cooled to reach the target temperature, while the opposite will happen to the gas on the waste network. It can affect the amount of energy the air conditioner uses, and these can be view on the unit screen information panel. As the temperature difference between input and waste increases, the temperature differential efficiency multiplier will decrease. Pipe convection radiators. Yeah, so that's what I'm using. Well, I'm actually using these. A pipe optimized for radiating heat. Ooh, maybe I'm using the wrong radiators. That could explain why this system isn't doing great. I thought they were the same thing. I don't know why I assumed nothing is that way. Yeah, I think these are seem to be meant for heat, according to the thing. So how about we do it like that and see if that changes anything. Once I know that it's working, we're good. Then I can start kind of doing something else. I need confirmation that at some point I'll be able to take my suit off. I don't remember the exact number, but I remember that the air vent only captures a certain radius of air, so bigger vent will capture air further. Huh. Well, even if that is the case, if the vents take it from, like, you know, the square that it is, right? It should still, like, have the air, like, you'll see, like, it's circulating the entire room, the little square particles. Because we're kind of creating a little tornado effect here, because it's coming back in through those, coming down and around here, and then up through those vents.
Waste tank caution.
I think... you know what? It's going to take a minute. I'm just going to let it run. And then, especially because at night it drops way lower, so hopefully those radiators do better work at night anyway. And we will come back in a bit and work on it. I am going to top off on water and food, though. And fortunately, 49 seems to be really hot, but a temperature in which we don't get warnings for heat. So we could theoretically take off our suit and be okay. But I am going to wait a little bit. Alright, so throw that back in, close, lock the helmet. We'll change out our battery, and then let's actually think about what we're trying to accomplish. I want to set up some chutes for the coal power generator, and I would also like to learn about the heavy solar panels. Solar panel heavy. Resistant to storm damage. And it costs 20 copper, 10 steel, 5 electrum, and 15 astraloy. That is a bit of a bummer. That's pretty expensive comparatively to a normal solar panel. $5 gold, copper, steel. But it is... So base power generation of the solar panel is 500 watts. Is the heavy better as far as power generation goes? Nope, it's just more durable. Okay, what about our wind turbines? This guy. So 500 watts. So I mean, the wind turbines double what a solar panel does if it has the wind. The wind is optimized to produce power up to 500 watts, even on low atmosphere worlds. It performs best in denser environments. Outputs vary with wind speed and during storms may increase dramatically. Wow. Yeah. So we should make some of these guys, which is cheaper than the what's up, TNT Craft? Yeah, we should make these guys because they're cheaper than the heavy-duty solar panels and they produce more power. And especially during a storm. So 10 copper, steel, and electrum. Let's do it. Still no plan to put your... I already did, Flop. Yep. Steel... and electrum. Cool. And while we're at it, I'm probably going to want more steel frames to be able to find a spot for it. Yeah, wind power. We will harness the power of the wind. I've always been curious because this game is like such a big atmospheric simulation. I was wondering if you could actually use vents and things like that to cheese the system to give you more wind power by, I mean, functionally doing what I'm doing in here. When the nuclear reactor? It's a great question. Is that even a thing, or are we just saying that? Because, yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, there we go. I always have to check, because I was like, I don't think that's a thing, but, you know, if I said that, and then people were like, what are you talking about, man? That's the main end game way to do power. But speaking of nuclear, we do have nuclear batteries, which is pretty rad. Haven't done much with them yet, but I have plans. I think I'm going to set up 3 of these turbines. I should still have steel sheets somewhere. Yeah, there we go. I guess while we wait, since it's not crazy, it's not too hot for me to survive, I will take another shower. Ooh, yes. Glasses shower. I didn't even think about that. Nuclear batteries are pretty rad. Ah. Get it? Alright. Let's turn this off for the time being. Also, I don't know how many of these I produced. That should be plenty for the project we're currently working on. And I think we have... Oh, that is... Well, I was planning on doing 3 anyway, so might as well do 4. Let's put the helmet back on. Let's put the store suit back on. Thing. And let's go swap out our batteries here. And let's go grab us some wind power. Speaking of swapping out batteries, why don't we take one of these nuclear batteries? Because those things are very cool. Yeah. And I will just offload the my waste tank outside. We are rocking. I do need more. I do want to start like enclosing this space or doing something decoratively to make this area like look cool. And one of the things obviously I'd like to do is get some lights. But we need to sort out this power situation first. Fortunately, I think that these wind turbines will help out quite a bit. Let's see. So the sun comes up here and goes that way. So if I want to put wind turbines like over here, that's fine. It won't block it won't cast shadows on the solar panels. And these things are big, as I recall. Let's see. Oh, they're not terribly big. Let's see. How do I want to go about this? Let's have it be like, come out from there. I can put like a door or something. And then we'll come out. And maybe we'll go, like we'll do like a stair or something. Go up like that. So that way these things are nice and high. So we have, let's see, so we have one, two, three, and 4. I think this is going to be a pretty good amount of power. In fact, I'm actually a little worried that it might be too much power, maybe? We might have to see about that. I mean, not too much power for a cable, because if you pump too much power through a cable, it will blow up. So, but I think that they recently added new like super heavy cables that have a throughput that's crazy. So we'll check that out if it looks like the power output of these guys, especially like during a storm, end up being too much. What else we need? Screwdriver. Cool. I think I'm gonna need more steel plates. Alright, so let's look at cable. So we have, that's the super heavy duty. We have, let's look at the heavy. Heavy max wattage is 100,000 watts. I think these things, it says by default does, oh yeah, so it wouldn't even get close. Yeah, no, because we would need, I guess it depends on how much we get from the storm, but I think by default it's 500 watts. And it says that it can during a storm. Let's just play devil's advocate here. It says it gets to 20,000. So even with the 4 that we have, that's with the 4 that we have, if it maxes out at 20,000 watts, I think at that point it would blow a fuse. Right? Or am I doing my math wrong? I might be doing my math wrong. I don't know what I'm... I didn't sleep much last night. Give me 1 sec. No, we'd be fine. Yeah, no. 2 times 4 is 8. So at max of 20,000 per one of these things, we only have 4 of them. And so that would get us to 80,000 watts. And the throughput for the heavy cable is 100,000 watts. So you could theoretically put 5 turbines on one heavy cable. But that's like literally at the limit if it goes all the way to 20,000. But yeah, if you go above 5 wind turbines, then you're going to be needing either multiple heavy cables or one of the super heavy duty cables. Okay. Good to know. Do these things have to turn at all? Or are we... I don't think so. I don't think so. All right, let's go get some more steel sheets and some heavy cables. That being said, the heavy cable coming off of those cannot merge with this heavy cable. It needs to be on its own battery, and then from that battery, it will, or those batteries, it can maybe join back up with the other guys. So this is the situation in which we get into transformers to make sure that we don't overdo it. Okay, let's go get some heavy cables, and I might have to do some math here. I have to do math in my engineering game? Ugh. Alright, let's get some steel sheets. And then let's get some, what does this need? Electrum and Constantin to get the super heavy cable. Well, then again, I could, instead of doing math, I could just swap out my main heavy cable that's going into those batteries for a super heavy cable, and I'm sure we'd be fine. Let's see what the super heavy cable does. Super heavy cable. It's 500,000 watts. Or 500 kilowatts. So, yeah, that's more than what our base produces right now, for sure. But let's just stick with the the method we got right now. And I think I already have a few. Yeah, we have a little bit of cable right here. I'm gonna put my mining backpacks back away. This is my ice, and these are my 2 ore backpacks. And then let's put my construction materials in there. Like that. Okay. Go on the long-term solutions. Well, so I hear what you're saying, TNT Craft, and I do agree. We are definitely at the point now where longer-term solutions make sense. What I'm doing now isn't really a short-term solution. What it more is I'm putting myself in a position where I have to learn Transformers and understand, rather than kicking myself later for not learning when I do eventually maybe get to the point where I'm producing more than 500 kilowatts. Because if I just put the super heavy duty cable in, then I don't have to do any transformers, I don't have to do anything else like that. But by doing the normal heavy cables and having to think about things, I'm setting myself up to create a system that will be scalable in the future, if that makes sense. Alright, I'm also thinking I want to grab some of my spray paints here, so that way I can maybe start color coding my this is gonna okay, you ready for major OCD stuff here? It obviously has to be in Roy G. Biv order. Alright.
Hydration critical.
Yeah. So it doesn't look like our cooling is really doing its job. So that's also an area in which we need to find some improvements. But let me get the power stuff sorted first. Alright, see you TNT Craft when you get back. Transformers time. Will it be Optimus or Decepticons? Amazing. Do you mean Autobots or Decepticons? Autobots, roll out. Alright, close lock helmet. And let's go hook these guys up and obviously finish. Oh, they rotate on their own. Oh, that's cool. Alright. Oops. Missed again. So, I need my welding arc welder, and let's get some steel sheets out here. Okay. Next up, I need my cable coil. And finally, we need our screwdriver. Sweet. So, oh, never mind. I was about to ask if what you would need the data port for, but I imagine it's so you can read the amount of wind, or at least the amount of power that they're producing. Okay. So I want to put a door there and a stairway up this way, and then I'll probably put like a little walkway across here. So over here though, let's start setting up these heavy cables. And I'm gonna need another battery. Oh, wait. Didn't they add in? Oh, they added 10 pipes, but they didn't add 10 cables. No, they did. Super heavy does it. Only the super heavy cable has the straight 10. Huh. Okay. Well, guess we're sticking with this for a minute. So it looks like, I think that these 4 wind turbines are going to produce the same as, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I have 9 solar panels. These 4 wind turbines will, on a normal day, I think they'll actually behave relatively similar. But like, they can have, it says like their default was 1,000, right? Yeah, base power generation is 1 kilowatt. These things are base is 500 kilowatts if they're at 100% efficiency. So this is functionally 8 solar panels, with the upside potential of significantly more than 8 solar panels. So this is wind turbines. The baby wind turbines kind of are not great. The upright wind turbines, but these might be a pretty solid move. It doesn't say anything in its about area if they are nerfed when they're close to each other. So we'll have to rely on some wisdom. I got my joke wrong. English is hard. English is hard, and it's the only language that I know. But to be fair, English is not a language. It's 3 languages in a trench coat pretending to be one language. And doing a bad job at it. Okay. So let's set up I'm almost debating just taking all that down and replacing it with just one IC10 chip, and then I can also add in the backup coal generator situation. I'm just trying to think where I want to put the extra battery. And good for me, one of the three is French. That's a good point. Yeah, there's a lot of weirdness with the English language. Then again, I do have to say, Flop, you guys got a lot of you guys have a lot of letters that don't make sounds in the words when you say them, and that is, for all of the many flaws that there is with English, having superfluous letters is nonsense. Don't put the letter in there if it's not going to change the way that you pronounce certain things. Like, I don't know which language it was that put the P in front of pterodactyl, but nonsense. Ridiculous move. Yeah, I need a battery. You know what? Let's do it. Let's make one of these big batteries. Even though from a resource standpoint, I could probably make 2 for the cost of 1. Just to say that we did it. Let's get ourselves a big base battery here. Okay. So we're gonna set up the battery. Yeah, and then I'll probably set up the IC10. Like knee with the silent K. Exactly. Yes, exactly. There's a lot of examples of silly things like that. Or knife. Knife has a silent K at the beginning. What are other words with silent letters at the beginning that don't make sense? No, it's the, like... That was the Greek? Oh. Well, whoever it was. Insane. I'm trying to think of other ones. I love, like, it's so silly that, like, it's made it into multiple rap songs, but the one that comes to mind, well, Bear and Bear, GX Tracker, there are just 2 words that are the same, or like read and red. That is crazy. Read and red is the same word, but it changes pronunciation based off of your context. But no. But I was thinking about Lil Wayne has a line in one of his songs that is real G's move in silence like lasagna, because the G in lasagna isn't really doing much. Knife is from the French. I'm gonna butcher it. I'm gonna butcher it if I say it. The way it's spelt, to me, it says canif or canif, or I don't know. But yeah, those letters seem to make sense, unless you're gonna message me and tell me that the I and F are silent. Yes, there, and there. But at least there, and there. Agreed. But at least there, and there are different spelling. So when you look at it, it doesn't the word stands on its own. You don't have to look at the other words around it to determine what word it is. Right? Read and read is probably the worst one, in my opinion. But other fun ones are the fact that comb, tomb, and bomb, all of those words have the same ending, but the beginning letter changes the way that you pronounce the O. Comb, tomb, bomb. Changes the O. Okay. We want a housing. I need solder. Craziness. But then again, I mean, I do think that it is crazy, but I will also say that like Latin-based languages, like when you get into Chinese or Japanese and things like that, like I tried to learn Japanese a little bit because I've been a couple times. The fact that there is both there's a symbol, there's like the kanji, and then there's the I forget what the name is for the letter version of the kanji, like the name of the kanji. Yeah, it's like you're working with like symbols and letters and also other stuff. And I think I took Chinese in high school, and Chinese is also a tonal language, so the inflection on the words that you say change its meaning. So that is similar to the read and read situation where the inflection on the thing will, same word, but the way you say it changes its meaning. Okay, we have an IC10 housing. Now we need a chip. Integrated circuit. Ship, sheep, cheap, chip. Yeah. So glad I learned English as a child instead of as an adult. Made it so much easier. Yeah. No, I mean, it's the only language that I know. I don't have... I struggle with this language. I don't have a gift for learning languages. I wish that it made more sense in my head, but it isn't like, I don't know. I feel like my brain is kind of better at like systems. So if I can like break down and understand the system, then the relationship between things, I am better at like grasping those things. But when it comes to language, I know somebody might be like, oh well, no, this is the system, but it just, for me, it feels it is more in the realm of ambiguity. And it seems more like just a lot of components of things, and then you're like trying to string them together rather than like one thing. And so language has just always been a little bit of a struggle. Yeah, 3 alphabets in Japanese. The kanji, the katakana, and the hiragana. Yeah, it's tough. Okay, yeah. So we have the IC10, we have the battery large, and we have the housing. Okay. I would also like some more chutes, I think, so that I can set up the coal thing the way I want to. Shoot. Iron. Train the vehicle and train like working out. Gotta bring it always back to trains. Yeah, that's true. That's another one of those ones where context matters to understand what word you're talking about. Oh, I'm trying to think of like other ones now with regards to that. Like sneaker. So sneaker is what a lot of people in the US call like tennis shoes. But based off of like how the language works and the rules that sometimes apply and sometimes don't, you would think sneaker is one who sneaks, which would accurately, even though that's not something we usually say, but you have your sneaker. Are they talking about a tennis shoe or somebody who's trying to sneak into a building? I still haven't quite solved the where I want to put this battery thing. Maybe I'll just bring it down and I'll kind of have this little section here be where we keep batteries and transformers and stuff. Alright. Set to flatten. Alright, I think I have more. Yes, I do. Steel frames. One who sneaks. And the snack bar to confuse you even more. Sneakers. Not sure I follow on that one. Alright. Oh, this one, that's an iron frame? Blech. Get that out of my house. No iron frames in here. Okay. Let's take that, and now let's grab this battery large. Put it right. I'll put it right there. So we gotta go around. Oh no, sneakers. You said you don't have sneakers in the US, like a snack bar like Twix or Mars. Yes, it's called Snickers. A Snickers bar, not a Sneakers bar. Why? What? Oh. Okay, guess we're doing like this. It's kind of annoying that it won't do that, but you know, whatever. All right. Ah, man. Does anyone ever have this situation where you hear yourself in, how do I say this? I feel like I have this thing, and I think a lot of people do, where you have these like default phrases or sayings or sounds that you make, and I've noticed that I always say all right as like my transition in my brain. So when we're doing these things, I'll finish a sentence or something else like that, and in order to get to the next sentence I have to say all right, which, you know, it's fine, it's not a big deal. But sometimes I notice, like when you notice your tongue in your mouth and then you can't find a comfortable place for it. So sorry that I brought that up. Or when you have to start like manually breathing for a second. It's when you notice the thing that you do unconsciously, and all of a sudden now it's like, that's bugging me about me today. Or is this a uniquely a me problem? Am I saying something that is completely unrelatable to everybody? It definitely, I think, stems from the whole YouTube, like talking while you're playing kind of thing. I think it was just the 2, right? 2. Cool. My bad English again. No, it's all good. Honestly, Flop, if you wouldn't have told me that you were French, I wouldn't have known. "100% know what you mean. Thank you. Thank you." Yeah. It's like, or another one is when you see your own nose out of like the side of one of your, in your peripheral of your eyes, and you're like, huh. That might also be just a me thing, because I do have a very large Italian nose. Nope, that's the wrong cable. We would have not a great day if we used that cable. Well, actually, I think... Alright, hold on. Let me actually take a second to think about this for a second. So as we're setting up this system, is there much benefit? Is there much benefit in having this big battery supply these like smaller batteries? Or because it's like, I feel like each building that we do, we kind of want to be on its own power grid, right? And certain things within that building will be on smaller subsystems of like the APC, right? So it would go the power station to the building battery, and then to the APCs in the building. Okay, so I think that answers my question, which is this big battery is like the main station, and this is going to be storing the vast majority of power, and then it will go out from here to smaller batteries, those ones. And then from there to APCs with even smaller batteries. Like a multi-level marketing scheme, but for power. All right, that is what I'm gonna do. Yeah, that makes sense to me. You could have a main power line and then the transformer for each subgrid. I think that the only areas in which I'm going to use transformers really is if we're going to overload a cable that's from power production. Because otherwise I feel like I'd rather just use APCs and fuses. But I mean, yeah. Well, no, I don't know. Now I'm confusing myself. I'm not gonna mess with the transformers right this second, just because I don't have to. I'm gonna set up the main power station and then set up these smaller batteries to go out to the different buildings. And so I'm gonna leave them here for like centralized right now. But I think eventually what I might do is actually move these batteries that are to the right over here. Move these down into, like, we'll have one down there in the workshop. We'll have one like for the greenhouse, and then we'll have, you know, one for our furnace and atmospherics here. And, you know, more for more stuff in the future. I put away... Yeah, I think I need to... Let's just get this started here, because I think I need to start making more power. All right, next question then is this. How much... Oh, actually, I'm pretty sure we have... There's a cartridge that exists that will help us out with what the next part is. What's up, TNT Craft? Welcome back. I think I have a cartridge that is for network analyzer. Is it? Yeah, I think it would be network analyzer. So let's take the tracker out. Go with the network analyzer. Because this is when you look at power cables, right? Yeah. Speaking of greenhouse, did you check your plants recently? I actually just checked my plants like right before we hopped on stream. But we can always take a look again. Let's just take a glance in there. Yeah, seem to be doing well. I don't think I'm gonna harvest them right this second because I don't really have a great way of storing them right now. So any plants that I get out of there is probably gonna spoil before I eat them. I need to go get the coal out of here before we... Fortunately, I do have APCs for my airlock here, or an APC for this airlock, but we're about to lose power in the base because of stuff. Probably because of those things. Yeah. Also, there's plenty of things that I could do, like should be doing to optimize power, right? Like turn off the lights when it's daytime, or I did some power saving stuff for this, which is like when the ice crusher is not occupied, it will turn itself off. But no such quality of life stuff exists like for this ice crusher in here, so that one's just still on. Yeah, but let's just plop some coal in there, so that way we can get some power going again. The thing there. Alright, throw that in there. And let's take a look. So, we know that the is man, I always get a little turnaround when it comes to kilowatts, megawatts, watts, and stuff. So is a megawatt a 1,000 kilowatts, or is it 100? Because this, so, yeah, 1,000. Okay, good. Okay, so, I'm not sure I follow with the required right now. Or is the required right now from... I mean, I might not need to answer that question, but let's just check. Yeah, why does it say required 4 megawatts? But our actual and potential... To be honest, don't really know what I'm looking at here. Yeah, 1,000 watts is a kilowatt. 1,000 kilowatts is a megawatt. Yeah, which is 1 million watts. Right. Yeah. Thank you for the clarification, Flop. I'm this whole like this thing where it says required on the right hand side. That's more than what the cable can provide. So I'm trying to understand what the required situation is. Our actual and potential, we're doing fine because our upper limit is 100 kilowatts for this cable. Those numbers beside the device aren't following the categories at the top like columns. Yeah, I don't... Okay, hold on. I'm gonna look this up really fast. Okay, so explain to me.
Hydration critical.
Let's just pause it. Pause it for a sec. Okay, Stationeers, network. So actual, potential. Like actual and potential makes sense to me because it's like this is what you're currently using. This, and then the potential would seemingly also be this is what the maximum amount of what you could use, but the required is what's confusing me. Okay. So, in Stationeers, here's a breakdown. Is this... I'd rather read it from, like, the Stationeers wiki than just have AI do it. Okay. Power potential integer returns the available amount, makes sense, of power in the network in watts. Power actual returns the current drawn amount in the network. The available amount, the current draw amount. Okay, so the potential is actually the available power, not... Oh, okay. So I bet the actual and the potential, where you would run into a situation where those might be different, might be in the transformers. Because if the potential tells you like, hey, your total throughput potential from this cable is this much, but you've put it on a transformer, I think that might be the way that it works, but that doesn't, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know if that makes a ton of sense because the transformer, there's no, like, it separates them into two different cable networks. So you're not reading the cable throughput on both sides. Let me see what people are saying. The number beside the device on the right is probably only the actual. Required might be what the devices want. Well, let's read it. Power required. Integer returns the currently required amount of power in the network in watts. Yeah, no, that's what I would assume, but that doesn't give me it doesn't make sense to me. Especially when we're looking at this cable, because there's nothing, well, not nothing. Let's see what this cable says. You know what I think it is? I think I figured it out. Actually based off of what you guys said, so thank you for the comments. I think so let me walk you through why I kind of came to this conclusion. So what originally I was going to say is there's nothing on this cable network that requires a significant amount of power because this is from the producing side of our solar panels. And then I looked up there and I was like, oh, maybe those draw. So let's go to this. The only thing that draws power is this battery. And if we go and look at it, so I think on this network, the battery has an input maximum of 8.86 megawatts. So if I run 8 megawatts of power on this line, that is how much this battery can draw and recharge really fast, which is pretty cool. Good to know that. Why we are not producing much power. Or maybe that it just doesn't say that. Maybe it just doesn't say the actual power we're producing in this situation. Okay, so because if I go to a, let's see, like a small network, like in our let me switch this. So this is a pretty isolated network. It's just our APC for the airlock. Our required power is for the 7 devices: the doors, the vents, the battery charger. The actual is meeting the required. Brilliant. The potential is 5 megawatts, and that returns the available amount of power in the network. And I imagine that the potential comes from the battery? Question mark? Let me get some water so this alarm stops going on. Yeah. I totally think that you're right on check for tunnels. I think that's what it is. The batteries can have a crazy amount input, which is good to know. Like, I mean, that's great. That's really nice. If you have a really good amount of power coming in. Okay. So now let me look at these battery, just to see like what it says storage wise. So if I go to one of these battery large cells, and it says our power capacity so that's not this. I just don't returns the. All right, hold on. I'm gonna look at maybe somewhere. Here we go. That was the Stationeers wiki. I'm actually gonna go over and check the fandom wiki because I have a feeling that, yeah, already more words than 7. So let's take a look at this. Cables and blowing fuses. I already. Oh. Well. Cables. Individual cables. The potential. Oh yeah. Each network has 2 main metrics: actual power and power potential. Actual power is the active draw or usage of the power from the machines on the network. The power potential of the network is the currently accessible potential of power that can be drawn from the network. The currently accessible potential of power that could be drawn from the network is the reason that it's 5 megawatts is because I have, you know what? Let me turn this off. Didn't do anything. Oh, that's not even on the APC. What? I don't get it. Do I need to get it? Maybe not. But I would like to. I would like to be able to look at something and deduce what the problem is, because the fact that this has a potential of 5 megawatts, a potential requesting amount from the network to be 5 megawatts would destroy these cables. Obviously not a problem that we've run into up until this point. But like, what currently on this system gets us to 5 megawatts? Let's see. Let me look at the powered vents. I need to understand in order to move forward. These are powered vents. Base power usage is 250 watts. That's not where we're drawing power from. It doesn't. Is this making sense to everybody else but me, or are we all kind of wondering what this is? I don't know, Flop. Drawing 200 and charging 40 would be 160. Well, so the funny thing is I was thinking about the battery charger because I'm charging a nuclear battery, but if you look, we're on red wire. I left the battery charger off this APC because I didn't want the battery charger to make it so we couldn't use the airlock. So the only things on the airlock network are this door, that door, the console, the gas sensor, and then these two powered vents. That's it. So the thing I'm having a hard time understanding is why the potential for this 7-item network is 5 megawatts. All right, let's look at this Reddit post. I think the current wattage is with the device connected to unless you don't provide enough power for the devices. But what so somebody was asking on Reddit, but what exactly is potential? I would think that's how much power would be drawn if everything on the network was on and drawing power, but all my networks have a potential of several megawatts. For example, my airlock is currently drawing, has a potential of 2.3 megawatts, but all I have is one APC, 2 glass doors, an active vent, a console, and a gas sensor. Potential is total possible input from generators. You probably have a solid generator attached, and it's probably going down because the sun is setting on your solar. Okay, but interesting. I did not think that okay, so that would then also be true. Okay, people, we are on to something. So now looking at the red wire, which, okay, so all right, we're doing some detective work. Here. So past this APC. So I didn't think that logic or like numbers like that traveled between networks, but apparently it does, because there it is. That's the same number as what is upstairs. So even though it's past an APC, that potential power is for my whole base. Cool. And that's from my batteries, that's from my solar panels, that's from my coal generator. I understand. Sweet. Okay. Now I can sleep at night. And now I can work with that. It's honestly, now that I know what it is, super helpful. Because the fact that you don't have to go back over to your power plant to understand like what kind of power you're working with is great. I just wish that the documentation on that was a little bit better, because the 6 words, and also the fact that the cables in with the network analyzer operate differently than any other network thing in the game. Because Everything else, logic and pipes and everything, as soon as you put something that separates one from the other, they are distinct and they do not talk to each other. So this is the so far the only case in the game where you can look through something to another network. We got it. We got it. You know what's here? I actually did I go to the Nope, that's not what I wanted. Okay. Nope, we're good. I was thinking for a second. I was like, "Wait a sec. Did I go and look at the wiki or the Reddit page or whatever else like that for no reason when I could have just looked it up in here?" But no. It was you kind of had to go looking for it. All right. All right. Well, then with that being the case, let's go. That was quite the tangent. But with that being the case, now let's go back over and try to make some informed decisions on how we want to do some power stuff. So because it's nighttime, they're not pulling in any power at all, and I'm not generating anything out of the coal generator, and so on this network we have 0 potential, 0 actual. I'd like to No, this is actually, I don't even have to do a whole lot of math here, because all I really need to do is this. Because so what I was worried about is taking out of this battery and plugging it into this power system that's like supplying these 3 batteries. And I was worried about it because I didn't want to overload the cable. I was wondering if I needed to swap to a bigger cable, or, you know, make some accommodations with like a transformer or something. But I don't think I have to do that, because it'll dynamically change what the request is. And I don't think that these will request more. I don't think they will request more than what the cable is, because I feel like it's just going to be like an easing, right? It's like go to either pull power from the big battery, or when the sun goes down, pull power from the solar panels and don't pull as much from the battery. But I don't know. So only one way to find out. Because I'd imagine the battery operates differently than like something that actually generates power. I am out of heavy cable. A system. What did TNT Craft say? AP. Well, so hold on. Flop says, my take when I play the game is to put transformers where a wire fried and then never use the analyzer. Nice. Check for tunnels says APC and batteries, according to the wiki, have no limit on how much power they can put out, hence the need for transformers. Gotcha. So maybe we will need a transformer. TNT Craft says a system will ask for a system below. That's why a system will require more. The system was used 3 times in that sentence. to describe different things. I'm not sure I follow. Cable. We need more heavy cable. Yeah, so it might be smart just to you know, I'm gonna print a transformer just to see. I think what the transformer I'll need to do is see what the power output of the solar panels is. And then set up the transformer. To set up the transformer so that way we're getting less than whatever the maximum amount of solar panel is that would blow the cable. So we'll basically take like what is the cable's limit, and then we'll subtract the solar panels at 100% efficiency, and then that will leave us with the amount of room that we have, and then we'll maybe go a little bit under that for the transformer. Okay, what size of transformer do I need? Small transformer. Set from 0 to 5 kilowatts. I think we're probably gonna need a medium one then. Maximum of 25 kilowatts. The cables can do 100. Exactly. I set my generators to 49 100 watts, so that way it doesn't blow the regular cables, for example. Makes sense. Yeah. I'm gonna make a medium transformer, and we'll I guess I need just what? So medium transformer, it takes 3. See, this is killing me. It would be so much simpler if they just made kit transformer and then like I don't know, like the pipe utility, right? The pipe utility, if you have 3 pipe utilities, like in this case, you have 3 transformers small to make a transformer medium. But it shouldn't be the kit is transformer small. The kit should be transformer, and then it has small, medium, and large. But then large transformer is its own kit. Why? That doesn't make sense. But, you know, whatever. Okay, so I need a kit. I need 3 kit transformers. Small for reasons. That's pretty funny. It's pretty funny in kind of like a what are we doing kind of way, you know? So we have 9 solar panels. So let's just do some quick math. Solar panel, which has a base generation of 500 watts. And The question is 500 watts? It's, see, now this is generating 532 watts at 99% efficiency. So let's just call it, it's at 99. Let's just call it 550 to give us a little bit of overhead on each one of these. So 550 times 9. I wish I had a calculator in here. Well, 550 times 10 is 550. No, we're doing 550. So that would be 5,500. So it'd be 44,950. No. Yes. 4,950. Point dealing with the irregular output of dozen power generators like a lot of wind turbines do during storms. Yeah, that's why I'm using this battery is kind of like a take whatever the wind turbines do, put it in here, and then we'll bring it into the main system. Because those four wind turbines, even at, I think when I looked it up, the wind turbine says the up to the maximum of 20 kilowatts. The heavy cable can go 100 kilowatts. We only have 4, so that we have a little bit of overhead room on that. Yeah. Okay, let's set this up. You know what? No. I am going to let this, I need to learn if this system works the way I think it is, or if we're going to be good. So I'm just going to plug it in and see if it blows up. And it's not like blow up. It's like, does it short circuit stuff? Which, admittedly, I am going to, no, I need to do the full test. Did we just hear a, yeah, something blew. But it didn't seem like it was this. It seemed like it was something over by the wind turbines, which doesn't make a ton of sense. Yeah, here we go. It did. So we overloaded the cable. Glad to know. So you do need a transformer. Beautiful. Beautiful test run. Glad to now understand a little bit. So that means that this will supply more down the thing. We probably already knew that. We had called it out before, but now I understand through testing. Okay, so what we want is, let me look at the cable. So yeah, so it is 100 kilowatts for the cable. The solar panels base is 500 watts. We just looked at it during the day. Oh. Oh, I might have misread it. I might have misread it. If anyone wants to go back just a couple seconds, when I was looking at the solar panels, I was just looking at the actual like number. I'm not sure I was paying attention to whether it was watts or kilowatts that we were generating, because I assumed that it was gonna stay with whatever the thing was. But if 500 is the base, and it went up to 550, was that 550 kilowatts? Let's keep checking. Seems good. Seems good. Okay. The max on the wiki. So it says base power generation of 500 watts. I know that Mars has a modifier on it, I think. That's not how you spell Mars. Okay, doesn't have planet information on here, but I know that like when you launch onto a planet, it'll tell you like what the modifiers are on power generation, like wind and solar and stuff. So I think there is a boost on Mars for certain stuff. I need to. Yeah, I guess I can look at, like, let's do this. Solar panel max in Stationeers. The standard, so it is in watts. It's not kilowatts. It is watts. Yeah. Solar panels. Yeah, power output of a single panel on different planets on Mars. Interestingly, it says according to this wiki article, Mars should have a lower percentage power output than Earth, which doesn't really matter. But it says like its solar energy is 455 watts. We were earlier when the sun was out at 535 or something. That doesn't matter. The watts versus kilowatts was the thing I was questioning. So now the question is, continuing to try to solve this or learn about this, is we have 9 panels. If they pretty generously do 550 watts, right? We did this math earlier.
Hydration critical.
It's not difficult, but let me just double check it with an actual calculator here, so that way I don't mess myself up. Yeah, I was right. So it's 4,950. So that's like basically 5 kilowatts. The heavy cable, right? The heavy cable can do 100 kilowatts. So when I plugged it into the battery, why did it blow up? Right? like, could the battery output that much more to take it from so the cable blew up when the solar panels were only putting out 5 kilowatts, and the cable can have 100 kilowatts, which would mean that battery put out over 95 kilowatts in that 1 second to draw the to kill the cable. Yeah, no. I did plug in the right side of the battery. That's output. This is input. I mean, I guess batteries don't have a throughput limit on like what it can do. So if we happen to have that much wattage stored, or however you store stuff, kilowatt hours or whatever. I don't know what the storage. We're not going to get into that today. Yeah, it did an incredible 900 and no, excuse me. It did 95 kilowatts in like a split second and blew the cable. Plug the solar panels. No. Yeah, I'm with you. Well, actually, specifically with the idea of plugging the panels into the input of that battery specifically, I don't know if we want to do that, because right now that thing is balanced for the wind turbines at max potential, which might be overkill, because what are the odds we're gonna get to 20 kilowatts? No, you're right, because right now I have 4 wind turbines. The maximum output of we've already established the maximum output of those 9 solar panels is only 5 kilowatts, so that'd be 85. We'd still have 15 left over before a cable bursts. So, yeah, I'm just trying to figure out like the batteries and the throughput and the like how all that's related together. It's just kind of funny. I've probably spent too much time on this. I'm sorry if this is bored people to death. I just want to understand, and I might be denser than most. All right. So yeah, so for the time being, because I don't want to plug in Check for Tunnels says batteries have no limit on how much power they can put out. Even with 1 solar panel or 1,000,000, the battery will blow that cable connected like that. Okay. Good to know. That kind of actually makes me want to do another experiment really fast. It's just to, like, I believe what you're saying, and I want to confirm it visually for the viewer and also for myself. So what I'm going to do, just to prove your point, Check for Tunnels, I'm going to make another base battery. We're going to do just a normal one. Because I'm going to use this anyway. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it on... I'm going to make it so that's the only thing on a network. and we're gonna watch it blow up one of the cables to see about that. Not to see, I believe you, but I just want to like 100% that is exactly what the thing is. Because in that case, right? Presumably, as long as there's enough power in the battery, you could even blow up one of the super heavy cables. Could you not? Doing the exact same thing, you just plug the output of one battery into the input of another battery without any like transformers or anything, and boom. Just double checking to make sure you know there is a new cable type, super heavy cable, that can do 500 kilowatts. That's what I have my turbines connected with. Yes. Appreciate you checking. I'm actually gonna even make one of these just to also... I don't know, I'm kind of in like a testing mode right now. Let's throw one of these down. I'm starting to understand. I'm starting to believe. You're doing it, Peter. That was a Hook reference for anyone who has seen Robin Williams' Hook. All right, let's do this test. It's not even really a test. It's just like a confirmation. But my brain needs the experience to fully understand it. So, we're gonna go like this. I'm going to get rid of this. And let's... Okay. So now let's set up this heavy cable. And presumably, I just turn this on, immediately blows up. And wasted some of my power, admittedly, but, you know, it's for science. Okay. And I think we proved our point. I don't think I actually need to blow up a super heavy cable. Yeah, and I didn't make two anyway, so we won't do it. But okay. Glad we know now. We already knew, but I'm glad that I got to have that experience and have this to look back on.
Hunger caution.
You thought I was a Family Guy. I'm pretty sure that is also something that they say in Family Guy. But I think it's in reference to the other one. I need to make my tier 2 tools. All right, everybody. Thank you for bearing with me through my learning process. Learning is over. Class is out for summer. We are going to get back to actually getting this done. You know what? Since I kind of screwed this up anyway, I might move this battery. So we have some open space. Yeah, and that's already off anyway. So I think the battery for our atmospherics and our furnace, I'm just gonna like slot in right here maybe. this one. So that's the out. That's fine. I'm gonna set up chutes. There's gonna be like a walkway up here, and then we're gonna have chutes that come up so we can put the ice in there. So that won't be in the way. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Okay. And I'm probably going to need more heavy cable, seeing as how I decided to blow some of them up. And we're doing some rewiring here. The science and explosions, like in Mythbusters. Oh, yes. The only thing I remember from that movie is them chanting, Rufio, Rufio. Yeah, great movie. Yeah.
Waste tank caution.
Let's see. Yes. Yes. It has been a minute since I've seen that one. Splendid. We are out of gold. Yep. Out of gold. Do I have any more in my mini backpacks? I do. What about this one? Yes, we do. Cool. Alright, let's go smelt some more gold. Let's eat a potato really fast. Throw that on there. Sweet. And yeah, we're gonna go. You know what's really funny about what is happening right now? I disconnected the thing that gives us our ore. Truly a brilliant move. And then I was like, let's go smelt more ore. Yes, let's do a little check-in. Let me set this cable up and pop the here, let me actually throw that on too, so that way we have enough power to get this going. Yeah, let me turn the furnace on to start smelting some of this gold, and then we will do a little checklist to-do list check-in. All right, so throw that in, and that in, and that in. You know what, let's just do all of it. I can always go get more gold. Especially with the glasses. I got the ore scanning glasses. If you haven't played with those, they're the best. They're the best. The best. Alright. Let's head over to gold. And oh, the funny thing is it's already, I think it's still been maintained at the pressure and temperature necessary to do gold. So, yep. Well, that was quick. Let's flush it for setting that. That should take the console back to 0, but let's just do that. Okay. Let's take a look here. we right now we are working on the power station. I haven't set up the IC10 coal thing because I've been experimenting with the thing, with the cables and whatnot. I didn't end up making the heavy solar panels because they were pretty expensive, and the wind turbines have double the output with potentially even higher because of storms. So I didn't bother with those ones right now. We may do it in the future when we're like really in a resource abundance, but as it stands, with the amount of like really heavy, not heavy, but like the nice alloy, I would rather use that on other stuff for the time being, like a hard suit and stuff. And more storage is more power storage, which we did print a large battery, and we printed another normal size station battery. So we are good on those things. I'm not going to check those things off yet because they are still in production. We are doing the greenhouse. Oh, we're going to get to the greenhouse here in a minute. That's going to be super quick. What I'd like to get to today is doing the furnace custom console controller, because I have the custom consoles mod, I think is what it's called, where you can make like a command center with these things. It like uses like the same kind of dials and buttons and lights and all these other things that you have with your electrical component systems, but the best way I can describe it is like everything in this game is large grid, if we're like using Space Engineers terms, and this gives you a small grid to be able to place little lights and components and things, so you can make a console where you can press buttons and pull levers and stuff in a smaller, more form factor space and make it look really cool. So I kind of want to set up like right here when I put the floor down, like somewhere like in front of the furnace. You just come right here and you have like the dials and switches and everything, and I can control everything, see the console, see the pressure and everything like on this little spot right there is kind of what I want to do. And that seems like a fun, it's like it's going to require some IC10 stuff, but I think it'll also be visually cool, and so that would be a fun thing to end on. All right. No code. Stop with scripting. Oh, you don't like scripting, TNT Craft? Is it boring? Yeah, no worries. No worries, Flop. Alright, let's get some more cables. No scripting. The thing is like the scripting is what makes your base like work so much better than just manually doing a bunch of stuff. Like the fact that all of my ice crushers turn on and off based off of whether or not the slot is filled is such a nice feature, because you save so much power. You don't have to do manual stuff. All you got to do is just throw the ice in there. I feel like I'm in school again and I work with code. Yeah. You do code on a regular basis during work, so you're like, I don't want to see it in my game time. Sweet. Dark Sky Legion says, I've loved watching you do this playthrough, as I'm super new to the game and I'm enjoying seeing others struggle along with me. Even though you are so much better than I am. Oh, well, I think just experience. I think, yeah, just time. comes with time. There are still so many things that I'm still screwing up. But I appreciate it. And glad it can be at least maybe a little bit helpful. Yeah, I hope that through me shorting out cables, you learn something for what not to do for your own base. I am gonna turn this light down. This thing is like super bright. All right. Same here. I'm learning the game, and it's cool to compare notes. That's fun. I appreciate you letting me know. That's a lot of times the people that like come in and make a ton of comments are the ones who like have thousands of hours in the game. Oh, my battery on my portable light went out. So hearing that there are like other people that are maybe newer and don't have as much experience, it makes me feel like quite a bit more validated when I take the time to maybe explain something or like try to understand something. So I'm glad you guys are here, and hopefully I can teach you some things that you can do, and also you can learn from my mistakes and what not to do. Come on, we can get it. There we go. Cool. Let's disconnect this again. We'll have that go into the input of that. Sweet. And I will hook this up in just a second. Let's move this battery. And a wrench. Cool. I think for the time being, let's get my mining tool out here again. I think it's still on, it's still on flatten mode, so let's just flatten this a little bit. Let's weld these. Great. And let's throw down this battery over here. And we will add it to our stuff here. And the good news is, as long as we have this transformer here, I think the way that it should work, right, is I can have 1,000 batteries on this, and if I have a transformer before any machines that are requesting power, it will stay underneath in the cable and therefore not blow up. That's how I think it works. I didn't play the game. Will be sometime, but I have watched some gameplay. Yeah, that's honestly, I feel like that's a pretty, like, before I bought Space Engineers, I had watched like so many hours of gameplay trying to be like, is this something that I want to spend money on? Am I going to buy it? Like, am I going to play a lot of this? And it turns out I did. So, ended up working out. But yeah, I totally get just kind of like learning it, seeing if it's cool, like, especially with like how many things right now are like early access. We're gonna publish this game way before it's ready. Okay. All right. So, as long as this doesn't go to 95, 95 kilowatts, that is, it'll be fine. So let's just set this to. Do I have my label maker? Or not label maker, labeler. Nope. I want this. What is the max for the... medium transformer is 25. So we couldn't... Either I would need like 3 transformers. Yeah, we're not going to worry about that right now. 25 is 5 times more than what I'm currently doing on the base. Like my solar panels, so we don't need more than that. There we go. Cool. Now and then we can turn this on. Cool. And now what I can also do is I can rewire the solar panels to come out like over here instead, and then meet up and go into that area down there, which is going to be our official like power station. And then each of these batteries are meant to be like, this is the greenhouse battery, and we'll keep it like close to, and I hope at some point I'm gonna clean up this mess, but like I could put the greenhouse battery like in there, and then we know that's how much this system is operating off of, and then this can be like the workshop battery. Yeah. And in fact, I'm also going to, I'm not going to do all of those changes right this second, because that's just, that tediousness of just moving stuff around, I think I can just reserve for in between streams. But what I will do right now is set this up. So I'll have like a chute that will have several things of coal in it, and what I want to do is set up set up the circuit to where if which battery should it be? Because I don't think it drains at the same speed. I think I'll just do the big battery. If the big battery is less than 20% charge, turn on the coal power generator. If it is not, turn it off. Kentucky-fied transformer. Wait, what? Should I lower it a little bit? Coming soon near you. Is that too close to its maximum? Here, let me turn it off. See, if you didn't say anything, we might have actually had something blow up, but you guys gave me too much of a heads up, because the medium transformer has a maximum of 25,000 watts. Oh no, we were joking. Oh. Yeah, something tells me that you weren't joking. Is it like, I imagine it's probably similar to like the pressure, right? So it's like, yes, the pipes can have 50 or 60 MPa of pressure inside, but if you test that, your pipe is probably on the verge of exploding at any given time. So yeah, we'll just knock that down a little bit to be safe. Okay, so let's take our heavy cables here and throw that there. I guess we won't go through that. We'll just... one short. Fairly certain we could do with some redoing of stuff here. That was too... That has an extra cable on it. Actually, let's just clean this up a little bit. There we go. And we have that. Sweet. Okay. Now, what I need to do is have... You know, I was gonna redo the logic for the solar panels, but it's not hurting anybody. It's right there. It's not doing anything wrong. It's just doing its job, man. So I'm not gonna worry about fixing it right now because it doesn't need to be. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It ain't broke. Let's not fix it. Then we want the... And then it also makes it so the code that I have to write for this is much simpler because really all I gotta do is yeah, compact IC housing. I am gonna need more cable. Dang. Okay. Yeah. Always needing more. But once this is done, then I'm gonna call once I set up the coal backup and some chutes, I'm gonna call it done with the power for now. And then we're gonna go work on something else. So let me get some chutes as well, and let's get some cable. And while that prints, let's just take a look here and go to battery, station battery large. We have charge. And the current charge of that device has, it would be nice if it told me why doesn't it tell you like in watts or in percentage or in whatever. It just says, it tells you what it is. Yeah, thanks, man. If it's not broke, don't change it, is why Japan is still using floppy disks and fax machines. I'm not sure I believe you about the floppy disks because I think that is broke in some ways. But fax machines. Well, yeah, emails. But I mean, but if you email something and you have to like print it out, I feel like faxing is just it's those two things together. So yeah, ain't nothing wrong with a fax machine. Plain computers still use floppy disks? No. That can't be true. I know that there's a lot of technology on airplanes that is like archaic in comparison to a lot of the stuff that we have. But my understanding of the reason for that is because airplanes are so difficult to like pass certification on stuff, like for safety and everything else like that. They are so strict with like introducing anything new that they just maintain these old crafts and keep them at the same spec that they were. But that can't be true. Plain computers. I bet you weren't thinking I was going to fact check you right this second. So this, oh my gosh. Yeah, so yeah, it does. There are certain airplanes that are old and still operate on 3.5-inch floppy disks. Wow. Yeah, it says while modern planes are updated via USB or wireless, many older systems, including some with the FAA, rely on this technology due to it being unsustainable to replace, yet functional. That's wild. Yeah, the 747. That's crazy. That is crazy. I mean, yeah, that's wild. But the funny thing is like a floppy disk is storage, right? So it's like as long as your update isn't, more than a couple megabytes, yeah, it's fine, I guess. But yeah, that's the extreme version of the if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Wow. I learned something new today. That's gonna be one of my my new fun facts for people. One of the other ones, I don't remember if I actually learned it on stream from somebody telling me, or if it was like something I saw like on YouTube or something. Did you guys know that sharks existed before trees? Like our classification of trees, just based off of like records and stuff, the sharks were there before trees were there, which is a really hard thing for my brain to wrap around. Ooh, are we out of oxygen? Probably, because we've been using it for the furnace. All right. Did you also know that same fun fact, but just a little addition? Sharks also existed before the rings on Saturn. Crazy. Sharks, man. They should put that on Shark Week, honestly. These are all of the things that you know are old and how much older sharks are. That's something I would want to watch. I saw someone use floppy disk to install Windows 11. I saw somebody play Factorio with floppy disks. They loaded up the game on like just an incredibly stupid amount of floppy disks, and the amount of like changing of hands. You'll have to go look up the video. The inconvenience of that is just mind-boggling. All right, let's throw that in there. Hey, we got a storm coming just in time because we just set up some stuff so we can actually capitalize on the storm. You know what? I will take this back inside my base and we will do the programming in there while the storm goes on. Oh, and of course, I also have to naturally... where is it? There we go. The storm song. I'm no engineer, but as someone who does admin for aerospace industry, I can confirm this. That is truly wild. It kills a little bit, right? Because it's like, I don't know. I saw this thing. I am not somebody that is political. I am not somebody who is like, I don't weigh in on a lot of things. But one thing that I do adamantly agree with is if you do not know how to turn a Microsoft Word file into a PDF, you should not be in a in a political office or like be the CEO of anything. Like, not anything, but like if you have significant sway over people and their livelihood and all these other things, and you do not understand the technology in our world, and you make decisions on whether or not other people like are, you know, get to have a happy life, I feel like at that point it's like, you know what, you had a good run, it was awesome, I think retirement might be the case. But I say that, and some kid that's like much younger than me might be thinking like, if you don't know how to, I don't know what. I was gonna try to make a joke about stupid stuff that kids do. The only one that comes to mind is the 6-7. I have no idea what that is all about. But just with the way, like with the rate at which technology is advancing, it is difficult to keep up. Yeah, people making $300,000 a year and can't even open a PDF. Yes. Technically, you don't. Thank you, the data reader. You're right. Technically, you do not turn the Word document into a PDF. You send it to Adobe servers, and they do it for you. Yes. I guess if you don't, I don't really know how to defend against that. Like, that is. There's people that can't open or interpret a text file. That part's wild to me. Yeah. I think that's another. Yeah, it like just I don't. The PDF thing I just felt like was like kind of a low bar that is pretty like across the board. I think like, yeah, opening and editing or reading a text file, just like any kind of like just understanding the difference between a JPEG and a PNG, just like little things that like honestly aren't even new, right? Like these are things that are relevant in most cases regardless of job. Like unless you are like somebody who is working on a crabbing boat, right? And or like an oil rig, and like you don't have to interact with technology at all. And it's not even say that, like to pilot newer boats, and I don't know. I'm just saying you shouldn't be in charge if you don't if you don't even know what you're in charge of. I guess is what I'm saying. Okay, but let's get off that topic. I don't want to get into that too much. Let's throw this into the circuit. You know what, actually, while the storm's going, because if I go into the circuit editor, it will pause the game, and I kind of want the storm to end. So let's take a minute and I guess just stay like this for a sec. I'll do that so the game still runs. And let's pull up this thing. Okay. And let's kind of plan out what we want to do here. Should be pretty simple. So our we have two things that we're trying to read from. Right? We're trying to read. We have our battery large. And then we also have our what is it, like solid generator? I don't know why that text is that way. Why are we doing that? Okay, and what we're looking for from those, I labeled these logic, operation. I'm kind of wondering why I labeled it like that. Let's, what I'm trying to do is I want to take from the battery large, we're looking at the charge. The large and charge. That's what it's called. And we want to read that. Oops. Come on, I just want to move it. There we go. And this is from the battery. Okay, and then and from the solid generator, we want its on/off state. Actually, I think it's just called the on state. Yeah, we have the same kind of thing for. You can see it here. We have the same thing for the logic for the battery, whether it's on or not. So we want its on state. And this thing, I feel like, is not really working with me very well today. Things are changing, doing weird stuff. All right. So we want the charge and on, and then our operation here is just going to be if charge is less than 20%, which I don't know because it didn't say in the Stationpedia whether we're reading that in watts, kilowatts, percentage. When I click on, if I go back in the game here, if I click on charge, the current charge the device has. Cool, man. Cool. So we'll have to figure out what that is. And then let's open this back up. I don't think that there's really going to be a variable because I think I can just set it to whatever, the integer, and then we want to output to the on state. If charge is less than 20, turn SG on, and then output that to the solid generator. Okay, that's how it is. This feels like an IKEA manual. Are you talking about the game, like instructions? Yeah. All right. That's what we're working with. I think this storm has ended. Great. So now let's throw this in here, and let's edit. All right. So I want to get to the point where I don't use pins, where I can just use like hash codes, because it seems like that is pretty nice. Like right here, you're defining the dial by its hash code. But that being said, not going to do it right now. I am going to do the alias with the pins. So the first pin, alias. The first pin is going to be our solid generator, and it is. I'm just going to write it out. Generator. And that's going to be D0, alias, battery large, D1. I didn't spell generator wrong, did I? For the generator, you will need a lower on state and an upper off state. Otherwise, it will just keep going back and forth. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you know what? We'll do it. We don't technically need it, because like it flicking on and off doesn't really matter. But you know what? Just to flex those muscles, to make something that works a little bit nicer, let's do it. Let's do it. All right. So what we want is to go first. We're gonna make a loop. Yeah. First, we're gonna make a loop, which is just gonna be start. And people say put a yield on the tutorials I've watched. I don't know if that's a huge deal, but we're gonna do it. Just gives it like another half second to kind of get going before it runs it again. All right. We want to load the let me look at my thing, right? So it's load the, what do we want to store? We want to store the on state in R0. So the on state of the solid generator. That looks wrong. Did I spell generator wrong? No, I didn't. I just words get mixed up in my head sometimes. I think on, right? Yeah. So we're loading the solid generator's on state and determining whether it's on, which is 1, or off, which is 0. Next, we're going to load the. No, actually, we don't load. I think we do something similar where it's if the set less than. Right? So set less than R0. Excuse me. No, that's storing. So this will be R1. So set less than, and we're going to check the battery large. Maybe I do need a load. Okay, so yeah. All right, let's make this a little bit more readable than just using registers. So I'll keep it's fine. I'll leave that one. Okay, next we're gonna load, and I'm gonna call this variable battery percent. No, I'm just gonna call it battery charge. And we are going to make an alias called battery charge, and that's gonna be R1. All right, so we're loading the battery charge. No, excuse me. We're loading the battery large. I'm probably doing a terrible job at anybody trying to follow along or be like, huh, what do I do? I'm going all back and forth. The thing that is difficult, and I've said this before, the thing that is difficult for me with IC10 is that the second variable is the thing that you're loading from, and the first variable is the thing that you're saving to. So you're loading the solid generator, what from the solid generator, its on state, and then you're going to save that to R0. So same thing, loading from battery large, and we're looking for its charge, and then we're going to save it to battery charge. And just because even though I said I wasn't going to do it, I am just for I'm just going to turn this is on R0. Or let's just call it on state. And we're going to call this on state. Why did that? Why did me switching? Don't know what happened there. Undefined identifier. What? What did I do wrong? Okay, it didn't like that. So let's just go R0 again. Still doesn't like it. All right, let's see what people are saying really fast. Okay. Yield is so that it doesn't slow down the game's processing, I believe. For yield, it's like free something. Can you use tab to fast type name and function? I don't think so. Like if I tried to do like solid or like load R1 solid and then tab. Oh, you're right. Thank you. That's not a feature in the vanilla editor, so it's nice. That is true. The first variable is the destination. Yeah, to be fair, it's like assigning a value, e.g. int r0 equals 50. I guess. That's a solid way of looking at it. Yeah. Well, I think in some cases that is true. And I think that will help my brain kind of, but I don't because that's like an equal to 50, right? Like yes and no. I don't know. Okay, I don't know what it is about me changing this from the solid generator, or maybe it's just because I don't have anything assigned to that pin yet, and so it's giving me an issue. Maybe that's why. But I'm just gonna work with what I know. It should work. So I'm just gonna do on state R0, and then we're gonna go on state. Okay, so we're loading the on state. We're loading the battery charge. And now we've assigned them to the register. Now we want to do a set less than, and we're comparing two variables, the on state, we're comparing the battery charge to an integer, whether it's going to be in watts or percentage is what we have to find out. So we're going to store the what are we going to call this? I'm not going to name it. I'm just going to call it R2. So we're gonna do our set less than. We're gonna compare our battery charge and to a number, and it's either gonna be percentage or watts. Okay, and then that's going to return a true or false. And what we're gonna do is same thing kind of here. You're going to set that on. Set the set the solid generator on based off of R2. But then what we wanted to do is all right, so here's a question for the brainiacs out there. I think I have a way that maybe would do this, but I'm curious what you guys think. We said that we wanted to make the system, once it kicks on, we let it stay on until we get to, say, 50% charge. And then it turns off, and then it will go back down to 20, and then it will turn back on, and it'll flip on that. So any coders out there that have a solution to that, and I will wait a minute. I will share my thought in a minute, but I'm curious what other people think. And while that goes on, oh whoops, I think I needed to grab I have the network analyzer and the Atmo analyzer. I actually need I think it's the config analyzer or whatever. One moment. IC10 is basically actual assembly language, as I recall. Yeah, I've heard that before. And I too watch Cows Are Evil. Mick is where I learned a lot of the stuff that I know how to do in this game. Let's swap out the Atmo analyzer for the configuration. All right, let's swap to device configuration, and let's look at this. So the what? N 9000001. What? Oh, okay. It's megawatts. All right. I was like, what are we even doing here? No, okay, it's megawatts. Okay, so it is in watts, is what it's saying. So 9 million watts is its total charge. That was pretty funny. So we're looking at 20% of the 9 million watts is 1.8 million watts. Okay, sweet. Let's do it. So let's edit. So the 20%. Let's leave this comment. And the number we're going for is 1800000, because that is it's 1.8 megawatts in watts. Okay. And so we're doing a set less than, if the battery charge is less than that, then we are going to turn on, because that'll return a 1 if that's true. So that will set the state of on for the solid generator to, this will write the on state to the solid generator. I'm gonna stop trying to be smart. Let me rephrase. I think I am smart. I'm gonna stop trying to explain it as I'm also trying to figure it out, because it just leads to confusion. That's a better way to say that. I need to be more positive with my self-talk. Yeah, I'm not that smart as I'm trying to code in assembly. Great. So let's, before I read what other people's ideas are for how to go about this problem, I imagine there are some elegant solutions that people have thought of. My solution that I was going to do was try to change the R2 variable here. I guess functionally, I would change what the requirement is later down the line. Like once it flips on, then it does like a second check. That would, yeah, you know, I don't know if, now that I'm thinking about it a little bit more thoroughly, I don't know if that's the most elegant solution. Because I could do like a sleep for this many seconds, and then it like goes back and starts up again, and so then that would naturally do it. But let's see what other people are saying. Okay, so check 4 tunnels says make a section called charge, bit whatever percent, make a section called charge, BLT, whatever percent take you to charge loop. B GT, whatever percent takes you back to the start. I think that is a pretty elegant solution. It will stay in the charge loop until it gets back up high, only to go into the charge loop when it gets low. Huh. Let's see what TNT Craft says. If the generator state equals off and the battery charge is less than or equal to 20, then turn on the generator. Another if generator statement on battery charge is greater than or equal, then turn off. It doesn't have TNT Craft. I think that generally that is like that would be the way to do it. My understanding of how this program works is it doesn't really. The way that the on state works is it's like a toggle. Let me just put it this way. I think that in normal code what you're talking about works. I think in this code that doesn't work in the way that it's currently set up, because it doesn't like the on and off are constantly being sent. It doesn't just stay on until you give it a command to turn off. The on and off command are the same command. It's a little weird. Okay, so BLT is branch less than, BGT is branch greater than. I'm going to look at that. Because when you first said BLT, oh. Hey, so TNT Craft. I think that what you have just said and what they have just what Check for Tunnels just said is actually the same. Branch 2 line. Okay, so BLTAL branch 2 line C if A is less than B and store the next. Let's do BLT. Branch to line C if A is less than B. That the way that they have written the instruction and the way that this is so funny to me. So branch to line C. Line C presumably is here if A is less than B. I think I'm gonna actually have to do if it's greater than. I guess also it just depends on where I want the charge loop to be. Okay, let's think about this. So what we're saying is, let's create a loop here called charge. Okay, because I like that idea. And then inside of this, we want to do a I'm just watching and still my brain hurts. Flop. I don't code in assembly. Yeah, neither do I. But here we are. All right, so let's just think about what we want the charge thing to do. We just essentially want it to be the same thing as instead of less than, we're going to do set greater than. We're going to do set this in register 3, the battery charge. And let's do 50%. So was that like 4.5? 4500000. So that's 50% in watts. Great. So that's what we wanted to do. And then that is going to set the solid generator on state to whether or not the set greater than battery charge is true within the charge. And then we're going to jump back to charge. But before then, if it is true, if it is greater than, oh, does it need to be less than? No. If it is less than. Set less than. If it is less, set less than. If it's less than this, then it turns true, which turns the generator on. Otherwise, it will turn it off. If the then we're going to do, what was the thing that we just looked at? Branch to line C if A is less than B. So BLT, and we want A is going to be hold on, R3. B is going to be 1. And C, the line that it jumps to, is going to be 6. All right. And then we're going to go, and then if A is less than B. Otherwise, if that's false, I don't think it'll branch to that line. So then it will jump back up to charge and it'll do it again, and then up until the point that this is 1, at which point 1 is not less than 1, and then nope, it's got to be the other way around. It's got to be greater than. Because it's, and then this has to be 0. And then branch greater than. So, freak, I'm doing it backwards. Because it. All right, okay, so what it wants to do is let me just read through this. So set less than, we're checking the battery charge to see if it's less than 50%. If it is less than 50%, then it is going to be true, which is going to set R3 to 1, right? So then what we're saying is if it is less than 1, which 1 is not less than 1, then it should just skip over this. However, when this is not true, when R3 is 0, it sets to 0 when it is over 50% charge, in which case when 0 is less than 1, then it will branch back up to line 6, which is the start. Okay, that is the way that we want it to work. And then all I got to do is do the same thing over here, which is set less than R2. So it's the same system, but we want it to work inversely. So I would assume it would be branch greater than to line 19. So see if A, so let's actually change this to A is less than B. So this is going to be if R2 is less than 1. Well, that's going to be, it's actually going to be greater than. So that might be 0, but give me 1 sec. Give me 1 sec. Wait, you can do BLT A B start or others or any other section instead of doing a line. You can do BLT A B start or any other section. So instead of 6, I could do start. Oh, nice. Nice. That's great. And it also makes it easier to look at anyway. All right, and charge. Okay, let me run this through in my head. So set less than, if it's less than 20%, if it's less than 20%, it's going to go to 1. In which case, R2 is 1. So I need to set greater than 0. And then basically it's going to stay 0 until it drops below 20% charge. And then at that point, when it's below 20% charge, it's going to be true, which then BTG says if 1 is greater than 0, which it is, then jump to the charge category. And then it will go and stay in this. Wow, that was a bit of a doozy for a second, but we good. All right, how are we feeling about that, everyone? Does that make sense? Does that make sense? I'm sure I did something wrong. All right, solid generator is D0, battery large is D1. Export. All right, let's get my screwdriver out here, and let's do D0 is down here. We want this to be the solid generator, and we want this to be the battery. I have to plug it in. Check for tunnels. Oh, that was wrong. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. I just connected the input and the outputs. And did we not have something blow up? Something didn't blow up just now? Not really sure how that works. Did I just get lucky? Weird. Okay, well, I'm not gonna look a gift horse in the mouth in that regard. Weird funny fact for you. Do you know where that saying comes from? It comes from, well, what it functionally means is the gift horse in the mouth is people used to check horses by looking at like their age and general health by looking at their teeth. And so when that's saying, that's just like, you don't look a gift horse in the mouth. It's like, if somebody is giving you a free horse, don't assess the value or the whatever of, like, it's a free horse. Take the horse. Don't be like expecting it. Be like, this horse is too old. Its teeth aren't great. It's like, bro, you got a free horse. Take the horse. Where's the input on the big battery? The input is back here. Right there. This is it has an extra cable here for some weird reason. Let's get rid of that. Why? Also, there's a lot of weird extra ways that this is going. Nope, even still. Why we do this? That is some delicious code spaghetti, says the data reader. Is it? I don't think it's that spaghetti. It's 2 loops. It's only 2. It's 2 loops. Okay. So, you know what I could do to test this? Because I kind of would like to test this. I'm going to go get a dial, and I'm going to change the number inputs to, instead of being, you know, like 9 million, I'm going to change the number inputs to be like 1 through 20 or something, just to check that threshold thing, make sure it's jumping properly, because I don't want to have to wait until my batteries are down and whatever to fix the code. So let me get a... it's like a component or something. Component. What are they called? The dial. Dial is in a logic switch. Logic switch. Testing is doubting, says Flop. Hook it up to an empty battery. I could, yeah, that would be another way to test it, but I think I'll just use the dial. We'll just use the dial. Okay. Sweet. And let's set the pin number 2 to the dial. And let's grab this. Alright, so alias, dial, test, dial, D2. Okay, and so what I want to do is I see now that by doing it this way, it's fine. Alright, so we're doing that, but instead of doing the battery large charge, I'm going to load, or call it dial number, and then it's going to be test dial, what is it, setting? Setting. And alias dial number is going to be, what haven't we used? R4. Okay, and then for the time being, we are going to we're going to comment that out, and we're going to comment that out, and we're just going to do the same thing, but we're going to do it on the dial. Set less than R3 dial number, and we're just going to say 7. And then up here, we're going to do the same thing. Set less than R2 dial number Let's do 4. Okay. So now it's the same. It's literally the same thing, but it's just going to be working off the number that we have on the dial. So let's export. Plug that in there. I think we already set the dial, right? Yeah. All right, and let's set our maximums here. So we want our max to be 10. Okay. And I think the last thing that we need to do this testing is a little bit of coal. Because I don't think it's going to turn on without coal. Which doesn't look like I have any on me right now. On the plus side, if the generator explodes, you might have coded it wrong. Pretty simple test conditions. Yeah. You are correct. That is a pretty simple test condition. Ah, yes. It was in my backpack, in my other backpack, in my other backpack. That's where the ore was. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Well, that's why I got all those. That's why I got all those chutes. So the plan with this is once I have it set up and it's working properly, I'm gonna have a chute system that I'm just gonna have a ton of coal inside of, and then I can leave it because then I don't have to keep refilling it with coal. It will turn on and off whether or not we need it. So that's literally the whole purpose behind this whole thing. Ah, that is pretty funny. So I have to. I'm using a compact thing right now, which only has the one. The data and the input were on this, or the power and the input were on the same thing, but I'm realizing now that I actually kind of need the power and the data to be separate. Let's try this again. Okay, data on that side. Power on that side. Okay. Now let's put this back in, and we need to reset these. I do not recall. Can I just open this and we'll still have it? Yes. Okay. Solid generator is 0. Battery large is 1. Solid generator. Battery large. Dial. Turn it on. Beautiful. And throw that in there. Oh, and turn it off. Oh. Well, it's already doing something. Oh, it's going because it's less than. Alright, hold on. Let's see if it turns off. So something's not working. Hey, what's up, Colin? We're just doing some testing here. Okay, let's turn that off and turn that off. Let's see. So, good news, turns it on. That's great. Beautiful thing. I don't unless the thing that I did wrong was the setting. Was it the setting? No, its setting is 7 right now. Okay, so I did use the right thing. Now its setting is 5. Okay. So what did I do wrong? Everything, obviously. So set less than, right? If the dial number is less than 4, then it's true. So solid generator, turn the generator on if it's less than 4. And then if and then if 1 is greater than 0, jump to charge. So that should work. So then in this situation, set less than, so if R3, oh, I think I know what it, no. Yes, I know what it is. Did anyone else figure it out? I'm not gonna do that. That's annoying. You know what it is? I only, in this first function, I load the dial number or the battery charge. I do not load it in the second thing. So when it jumps up here, it's still comparing to the same dial number, so it doesn't change. It doesn't update. I have to run these loading things in the other state as well. In the charge state. And now it'll jump back up to the top and it'll update all of these numbers. Oh. Yeah, because it's setting the charge, the battery charge, the setting to the dial number, the on state of the generator. Yeah, these are all the loads. Sweet. All right, now let's try it. I think I have to put the thing in here though. That's the funny thing about programming, is that the computer will do exactly what you tell it to do. Exactly what you tell it to do. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna set it to... Alright, so let's set it to 5. The threshold, the threshold is 4. So we'll start with 5. It should remain off. Let's turn it on. Okay. Staying off. The dial is there. It is still staying off. Now let's drop it to... I think if I drop it to 4, it'll stay off because it has to be less than 4. But if I drop it to 3... it'll turn on. Sweet. And now it should have jumped to the charge state. So if I go back up to 4, stays on. 5 stays on. 6 stays on. 7 turns off. And then if I go back down, 6 stays off. 5 stays off. 4 stays off. 3 turns back on. Hey guys, we did it. We did it. And it, it only took us admittedly longer than it probably should have, but we did it. Learning is fun. Yippee! Congrats! Hey, thanks guys. Appreciate it. Had a lot of good help along the way. All All right, let's take this thing back out and let's get rid of the tests, or I'll just comment out the tests. All right, so let's comment out this. For testing purposes only. And let's get rid of this, turn this back on, same thing. All right. I think I'll actually also just, so it's a little bit easier on the eyeballs. Cool. Export. And I can get rid of the dial now. And do this.
Hunger caution.
And let's turn it on. Oh, because it doesn't like that I took the dial away. Device not found at 9:18. I guess do I have to leave the dial? It's like, no, you took my dial away. I should have commented out the dial. Alias dial. All right. Now let's do it. Export. There we go. Still upset because I have something. What? It was for testing purposes only. Don't be mad at me that I took the dial. It wasn't required. Okay, what did I do wrong at line 13? Oh, the dial number. Oh yeah, loading the dial number. I got it. Okay, any other dial related stuff that I screwed up? I don't think so. Okay. Are we good? Are you good? I commented out all the dial stuff. Thank you. Thank you. Sweet. All right. Let's see what people are saying. An APC to power the housing for safety. We don't need an APC for this because this thing is currently hooked up to these two batteries, and the whole system is built on if this battery gets lower than 20%. So a situation in which this is like, we have a bigger problem if this runs out of power, because that means a cable would have had to explode. One of these two cables, or I guess it could be like any of these ones, but one of these cables would have had to explode because the whole thing is charged that battery specifically. Yeah. You're giving the program dial separation anxiety. Oh no. It wants its dial back. When it's about power, you want redundancy and contingency. This, like, I'm with you. This is redundant. It is. I mean, this is the funny thing is the whole thing I just did was programming in redundancy. This is a redundant power system, which is if this battery runs lower because of the wind turbines or the solar or whatever, then turn this on. There's a lot of things that are going to have to go wrong in order for that to be... Because that rabbit hole of just continuing to add more never ends. Let's add a...
Hydration critical.
Where is the window? It said it's a window. Oh, yeah, that's the window. All right. Yeah, it seems fine. Okay, and then let's... All right, let's put some coal in this thing. Why can't I see it in the window? There we go. Sweet. All right. Holy cow. All right, let's move on from that. Let's take a look back at our thing here. So I didn't do the heavy solar panels because they were super expensive, but we did do this, we did do this, and we did do this. And I would say this current power station is done. Next up, super simple, let's just set up the APC for the airlock. Man, I'm excited for just a simple task. It's an easy job. Couldn't screw it up. You are forcing me to watch all the streams just for the moment to say I told you so. Hey, if that's what keeps you sticking around, I'm here for it. In those moments, I feel like I play most games pretty cautiously. And so if you have the opportunity to say I told you so, I welcome it. I welcome the I told you so. Do it. Best music is playing right now. Reminds me of Trigun anime. I haven't watched that one. Yeah. Alright, we're good. Let's go over here, and we just want an APC. Oh, that's called an area power controller. And probably some cables. Sweet. And a battery. Oh, actually, I have an extra large battery right there. And I'm good on cables. Oh, sweet. This is gonna be so simple. Quick. I feel like I'm jinxing myself. I'm like, this is gonna be so easy, no problems. And then I'm gonna be like, what happened? I blew up the greenhouse. All I wanted to do was just give it battery power on the airlock. Oh, that's why the lighting is so weird. Huh. There we go. That should be better. Yeah, a little bit. Okay, now I need to have this come back up. Ah, because one of my lights wasn't on. I was like, I feel like I look like a ghost. All right. Let's do this. It is really not cooling down in here. I definitely need a better cooling system. Okay. I mean, that wouldn't work. That would. Oh, if I did it the other way. Nah, yeah, let's just do it like this. It's a little weird, but that's okay. Nope, it blocks the door. Alright, I think I'm gonna move the gas sensor. Yeah, I'm gonna put the gas sensor on the floor. And then I'm going to not beautiful, but I think it'll be fine. So that way I don't have to like move the thing and reconfigure it and blah 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 blah. Alright, not yet. Let's grab that. And so the input is going to be that, and let's grab some paint. I guess I'll paint it orange, I suppose. And to save on my orange color, I'm just going to do this. And all of that is going to be on its own. Okay. Pretty sure that's already there. Okay, alright, let's see if, nope, seems that this got screwed up somehow. Why is this door? Oh, because it's... That's pretty... Why did I do it that way? Alright, well... It's fine. Let's turn on the thing. Turns that on, turns the door on. And I'm pretty confident these are working, yeah. Okay. The only thing that's not is this. So I guess can I grab these wires through the glass? Yes, I can. That's a little funny, but you know, I will take it. Okay. And let's can't get it through that glass though, because it's double-sided. I love how the moment I say, oh, this is gonna be simple, I of course have to be met with oh, you remember this thing that you did a little weird that you didn't think was gonna come back and bite you? Well, here it is. Okay. Okay. Let's try this a different way. I cannot go that way either because of... Okie dokie. Let's think about our decisions. Can I go up? Why? Why have you done this? This way. I guess I could just... No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to vent it. This has got my crops inside. I thought this was gonna be an easy job. This is so dumb. Okay. This is... Is this even doing anything right now? That was to this system right here was to put carbon dioxide inside of the system. We currently have carbon dioxide in there. We're not really losing it. I mean, we are slowly because the plants are eating it. But I wanted to redo this anyway, so it's fine. It's fine. Really, really. I don't mind at all. Simple, easy, no problem. No problem. Ridiculous. Okay, so now the airlock. What are we missing, dude? What are we missing? The gas sensor. Oh, did I name it? Oh, because I moved it. I changed back. So it's called gas sensor greenhouse.
Airtime critical.
Ooh. I need to refill my oxide here. I don't think I have my backpack that has my oxide in it. Okay, get there in a second. Greenhouse, greenhouse, greenhouse. It has to be, there has to be a cable there. What? I don't understand. So look, it literally says for sensor, gas sensor greenhouse. And then if you go down here, it's like, but we're missing a gas sensor greenhouse. Oh, no longer flashing an error. All right, well. Okay, the airlock is on its own. Sweet. Turn. That was rough. That was rough. For a second there, it really had me. We're good. We're good. Okay. Yeah, now I just have to actually plug in the APC to something else. Let me get a cable I'm not using here. Like that one, and then we'll dye these red again. And let's go over like this. And we are off to the races. As long as I can go through this, which I think I can. I mean, I'll have to get into a weird spot to be able to actually place it, but I should be able to just clip through the stairs. Sweet. All right, and now it is charging. We are good on the airlock. That means I can check that off the to-do list as well. That didn't take terribly long. It was admittedly a little bit more involved than I was hoping for, but you know. Oh, guys, I'm so sorry. You guys have been commenting, and I've been looking at the creator studio, and the comments stopped. I thought that nobody was talking anymore, but I just looked down at my phone, which also stopped for a second. Okay, let me read what people were saying. It's not like the whole chat are all concerned about your power. Trigon has to be the same feel as Cowboy Bebop, but not related in the slightest. I admittedly also didn't watch Cowboy Bebop. We will be here to watch win and fail, especially explosions. 48C, that's a nice shower. Using Sterling brought me lots of kaboom if you want to give it a try. I don't want to give it a try right now. I think at some point I'd like to tackle it, but there are plenty of other things I want to do on this one. I want to start building a trading station. I want to make like an apartment with a bathroom and stuff, and I want to make a rover. I want to start driving around so we can go and get ores using the rover. Don't vent the potato. Woo! Yeah, we got it working. We got it working. And we got the chat working again. That was weird. That it just like, it was like, no, we won't show you the chat anymore. Okay. More to-do list stuff to done. All right. We're basically wrapping up stream right now, because it is that time, unfortunately. But I think that before the next stream, I'll do the custom console control on my own, because it is going to be kind of a lot more like finagling and IC10 stuff, and I think we did enough of that today. I think we understand how it works. Maybe not how IC10 works, but how I struggle my way through it. So I don't think we need to continue to show that. Unless you guys are interested in it. I'll probably still do the console thing on my own, but I might try to, if I want to optimize and add in codes, I might, unless it's something small, I might just do it on my own, because I don't want to get super bogged down with it. Let me turn this on here. Furnace console or bathroom? I'll probably do the furnace console on my own, because it is going to be a lot of trial and error, because I'm going to want to like figure out how I want to, not only the IC10 stuff, but I'll need to figure out the configuration that I want to do to make it like look and feel a certain way, and maybe like have a little like alarm or something. But I want to try out the console blocks. Like if we go right here and I go console, these like custom console things, right? You can make like these command center desk things. Like, yeah, they're very cool. I'd probably use either base 1 or, yeah, I don't know, something like this. But then you put all your little components on there. Like you can have, like I could do like this little pressure meter, the button to confirm what I want. I can put one of those in there. The logic throttle is very cool. I imagine it functions similarly to the dial, where it's just the higher up it goes, the bigger the number is. Logic slider, same kind of deal. The number pad, I think, is interesting. I mean, it functionally does the same thing, but you could actually just type it in, which would be pretty cool if I wanted to queue up like 50 cables, and I just use that like in our printer room. That would be pretty cool. Yeah, an alarm. I want to set up something like that to where maybe like lights and sound when a storm is imminent, so I don't go out mining. You got these label plates, and yeah, it'll be fun. Ooh, I like these gauges. Oh, yeah, just a lot of fun stuff. Just fun, cool little. I don't know. I'll have to figure it out. Like, there's the tactile feel like that's probably one of the coolest things about this game, and also Stormworks, is like you hit a bunch of buttons, and like I know that that's silly, but it's like whenever you see spaceships in TV shows or movies or cinema, it's like you get in the cockpit and you're like click click click, flip switch, hold this, turn key, push that over there. It's awesome, and I want that. The IC-10 stuff is a huge part of the game, so it's hard to completely cut it out. But definitely some of the basic stuff might be less interesting to stream. Yeah, I just don't want the entire stream to end up being like me struggling through the code. It definitely is a huge part of the game. Oh, it didn't. It's the cook. But that bell at that time was actually pretty great. Yeah, I just don't want the whole stream to be completely dedicated to IC-10. I mean, then again, I'm making that assumption because I assume that's not what people want to see, but maybe it is what people want to see. I don't know. Honestly, just researching a bunch before the stream might make it flow better. Yeah, but I'm with you, but learning something through doing something, or I've always been the person that learns best when I'm doing it. And like it wasn't like I knew exactly, like I had a general idea on how I would accomplish the goal with the coal goal. But yeah, I'm not gonna spend like hours on the thing when it's like my intention is to learn it as I do it. It just happens to be that while I'm streaming, I am also learning. But hey, it is so hot in this room. But we will fix that at a later date. I might actually also fix that off stream, because that is something I'll have to be butting up against while I work on the console. Anyway, appreciate all of you guys coming around, hanging out. It's been fun. I'm excited. Now that we have just these guys and we have the ability to create more, I have the glasses that can like X-ray Minecraft, see through the ground like Minecraft cheats. We can really get going on a lot of like cool stuff. So like the console thing I think is going to be really cool. And the trading and rover and rockets potentially and all that stuff I think is going to be pretty cool. But all of that in the future. Thank you all for stopping by. We will catch you next time. Peace.